hey, I don't know what the strategy is of these DNC protesters. It seems like storming barricades and saying shit like Killer Kamala is tuned neither to appealing to voters or to politicians. What is their game plan? Sounds to me like you're opposed to democracy, leftism, protesting Marx socialism, and all things good. Come on. Let me out of here. Let me out of the device. TikTok liberals invading Vosh chat. I don't think TikTok liberals would be acting like that. Gotta be like the TikTok baby leftist. But it's cool. I encourage people to be kind of like, I don't know, innately suspicious of doughy-faced white boys like me saying stuff like, these protesters are just hurting their own cause. But I'm trying to like be specific with it and like offer my direct thoughts rather than just sneeringly deride an entire movement. I support the entire movement. I'm trying to be specific about what I like and don't like. I'm not using it as like a broad attack on the validity of protest for Palestinians in general.
And my family was watching the Democratic National Convention. Now, to be honest, I wanted to watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised by a single mother. That was me. And as long as I live, I will never forget what he said. He challenged young people to hope and to dream. So that's exactly what I did. I dreamed big.
White boys in chat
hard,
not familiar
and I never
with Jackson
lost
Jackson,
hope.
a well-known black name.
When our power was cut off, when there was nothing in the fridge, when we lost our home to a con man, I never lost hope. And now, my friends, I'm standing on the same convention stage that inspired me, and I'm the chair of the Democratic Party, the world's oldest political party. Folks, only in America. And that's the beautiful thing about this country that I love so much. Hope and hard work can take you anywhere. You can go to college, you can start your own business, you can even win the Olympics. That's the America Democrats believe in, and that's the America Democrats are fighting for. So 4 years ago, my friends, we were a country divided by fear, and we were stuck under a man who preached bigotry and hatred. Hope was lost. But my friends, we found hope in President Biden and Vice President Harris and the 80 million Americans who stood by their side. And now we are united. We're united in our pursuit of progress because, my friends, they saw us. They fought for us. They heard us. And under their transformational leadership,
it's a bad suit for the same reason every other one is. Okay?
We have expanded
I'll say something if I have something to say.
And we have strengthened the middle class. But the fight continues, and there is still more work to do. You know, I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they will build on our accomplishments, and they will create a country that works for every American. They will invest in our dreams and our futures, and hope will light our path forward. They will lead us in the fight for America, and believe me, when we fight, we win. And folks, we can never forget who we're fighting for. This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering who's going to finally pave that dirt road, or make it easier to feed their family, or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election is about every little boy inspired by a party chair who looks like him, and every little girl who will finally see a president who looks like her.
Non-binary people? What about that? Oh, okay, I guess they go to Trump.
My friends, we are paving a
NBs,
path for them.
line up.
We're working toward a brighter future for them, and we need each and every one of you to join us. In my beloved home state of South Carolina, our motto is, while I breathe, I hope. Folks, I believe in the power of hope, but it's going to take more than hope to win this election. So in the next 78 days, our motto can't be just, while I breathe, I hope. It must be, while I breathe, I vote. Because that is how we make hope real for all of America. America, let's vote for Democrats up and down the ticket. Let's save our democracy, and let's vote for our MVP, Kamala Harris, and our coach, Tim Walz. Thank you all so much for being here.
This rhetoric can never appeal
And
to
now,
me, or people like me, by which I mean internet poison.
it is indeed my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will be co-chair for tonight.
But I'm sure some people
This is a young woman who is the current lieutenant governor of the great state of Minnesota. And when Tim Walz becomes vice president, she will become the first Native American governor in this great country. Folks, let's welcome Peggy Flanagan.
You don't think they'd copyright a little birthday boy for just this, you know? You don't think they would they? They might. They might actually do it. They might. Is it over? Can I be free?
Thank you, Jamie. As
You're
we
welcome.
gather together on this historic night, we remember those who came before us, who fought and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists, the activists who fought for our rights, the leaders who paved the way for us all.
Misspoke, it's over.
Their courage and conviction shaped the course of history. Their memory reminds us that the fight for freedom always passes from one generation to the next. We owe it to them and to ourselves to carry their legacy forward. Tonight, we pay tribute to those who dared to dream of a country that truly stands for liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll hear from one of those people, a lifelong advocate for civil rights, Maxine Waters.
Maxine Water when Maxine Fire approaches the stage. Bosch, the copyright is right behind you. No, it's not. I can see in the OBS preview window. It's not actually right behind me.
Hello, delegates. Now, you know, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I was just 22 years old when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City, and she arrived with a group of black delegates from Mississippi. And she simply asked...
She looks good for someone in her 80s.
She simply asked...
I'd hope so. She's the youngest elected Democratic politician.
In place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a black woman, had demanded her right to vote.
Making racism into a race issue, typical Democrat.
She asked the country a simple but profound question.
She's 86, by the way.
Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City. But you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
I warned you guys before we went into this, but a lot of this is just going to be warbling liberal nothing speak that is pretty difficult to commentate on.
Please welcome President and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, and President and CEO of the National...
Because the RNC was literally just like a bunch of crazy grifters, wannabe politicians, and freaks. So there's a lot more to comment on there. We'll see, like, the relative level of competence here is
Good evening.
A lot greater.
I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive. Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history. And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that black women could play in moving our nation forward. As president, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength.
Yeah, I just got bored. Okay, we're gonna wait until the next speaker. Yeah, like I said, most of what we were looking for in the RNC was just these psychopathic freaks going on up there to advertise, I don't know, their anti-woke water bottles, or get sold on winning their respective state, senate, or local rep campaign, or some media figure who...
Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
The institutions of this country
fell through as a
belong
grifter.
to all of the people who inhabit it.
Goddamn music, man. The goddamn... It's always with the... You can blame YouTube for it. Who was that lady who was at the RNC? The person who used to Kanye? The, like, rapper lady who just looked glazed out the entire time? They probably just paid her $20,000 or $30,000 to be there. Amber Rose? Amber Rose, yeah. The RNC had a lot more people who were objectively crazy, and for that reason, while covering them, it was easier to find stuff to point out. There are some heavy hitters that'll be, oh, man... It's okay to wear full-leg trousers and wide suits, guys. They don't... Not everything needs to be skinny fit. There are some heavy hitters coming out today, you know. And I am interested in the rhetoric because it's consequential.
Our civil rights leaders laid the groundwork for lasting change, dreaming of a country where equality and justice inspired the next generation.
We need the energy of our young people. We need the wisdom
I know
of our
we're leaning in on this a lot at the beginning. Obviously, like, this is one of the Democrats' appeals, a history, recent history of being more on the side of anti-racism, the support of the NAACP, that sort of thing. I wonder if they lean into it too hard. Like, you know, the Black Caucus has always been, again, I say always, I mean, in recent history, has been incredibly strong coming out for the Democrats. So obviously you're going to see a lot of that represented in Democrat messaging at the DNC. You know, but is it strong enough? Personally, I think the Democrats need to lean a little bit off this side of the sort of diversity spectrum and a lot more into Latin people, because that's where the Republicans have been making gains lately. I'm not so worried about, like, the 95% of black voters voting Democrat, like, it shifts to, like, you know, 82% or whatever. I'm really, really concerned about the fact that we're nearing, like, a 50-50 on Latin people going blue and red. It's not great.
Where Fannie Lou Hamer asked to be seated in 2024, where black...
I'm sorry for speaking over this, but you're basically just missing the kind of video that you would be shown in middle school history class when your teacher has a hangover. Why have Republicans been so successful? Because there's a lot of racial strife in Latin America, and a lot of legal Latin immigrants really don't like being thrown in the same category as illegal Latin immigrants. Their argument is like, we worked to get here, we did the process properly, and now we're getting thrown in the same bucket as illegal immigrants. Of course, the only people throwing them in that bucket are the racist Republicans who will just blanket call Latin people illegals or aliens or whatever. Like, they're being grouped in for reasons associated with the party that they're now being motivated to vote for. Remember, Bernie Sanders was popular with Latin Americans. They saw a real one.
I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
We must never surrender. America will get better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Stop. Don't copyright. Remember when they were kicking off the, like, migrant crime wave rhetoric on Fox News while talking with some vigilantes in New York City who went off camera to go assault some guys, and it turns out the guys they assaulted who they claimed were illegal immigrants weren't even illegal immigrants? You're old. Is Kamala going to talk here? I have no idea how these conventions work. Yeah, but not day one. You save that for the end. Joe will be talking today, though. You are so old. Oh my god, it looks like you don't even know where you are. Jesse! How old is he? Here, wait, I'm actually gonna, hold on. 82, so he's 4 years younger than Maxine Waters, the lady in the Riddler suit. Who is bro? Who is Jesse Jackson? I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk down to you. I know I have a wide age range. I know I have a wide age range of people. Like, some of you guys are Zoomers, and yeah, it's... Man, you are... I mean, whatever, you're still here. Okay. Keep it up, my man. He doesn't look like him? He still looks like him. Jesse still looks very much like Jesse, I think. If anything, the old age is Jessifying him further. Jesse Blink. What was that steppy?
Yeah.
Democrats, our first order of business
the gavel
is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes that had just occurred. When the committee approved an agenda, it was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the Standing Committee report booklet emailed to each convention participant.
This is real interesting.
In addition to fantastic speakers and performers, tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda, hearing the Credentials Committee report, hearing the Rules Committee report.
Would it be racist to compare this guy to Corey in the House? If you're going to do a bit, you have to commit to the bit, because it's racist to ask, but if you do it with conviction, then sure. You can make comparisons between how white people look, no one cares. If you're going to try with black people, if you want to do it, then roll the dice. Like, if it's funny and people laugh, you're off the hook. It's fine. If you lose, you lose. That's the Game of Thrones. You know, you win or you die.
Wednesday, we'll hear ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech.
I know that guy.
And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech. So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is there a second? All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
I think two people saying it just to say it, have fun with it.
Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary Marcia Fudge and James Roosevelt Jr.
That was so weird, Lamel. It's pretty normal. Again, I feel like every year we watch the conventions, people forget what the point of the conventions are. They're here to ratify the votes of the electors within the party. Remember during the RNC where it was like, do the delegates from Alabama agree to the da-da-da? You know, like it's these party rules were established ages ago.
It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to the call, the Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution.
This could have been an email. Yeah, it could have.
Delegates and alternates to the 2024
a political
National
convention's basically the greatest. This could have been an email of all time. Yeah.
That there were no credentials issues to be decided by the committee. Their work allowed us to nominate 2 champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
She is very short. That microphone is like...
Our delegate selection process is designed to ensure every voice is heard and every vision is heard. And our delegates accurately represent their electorates.
And I appreciate him being a phenotype
Diversity is our
trader.
party's strength. And I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today.
He does look a bit like Dick Cheney.
I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
Again, these are party bureaucrats. Like, the convention isn't just a rally. The point of the convention, there's
Please
like...
welcome Rules Committee Co-Chair, Bishop Leah Daughtry.
The Rules Committee, it's a whole, like, arcane ritual of, you know.
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to serve as co-chair of the Convention Rules Committee alongside my friend, Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening, but it's good to know that serving as co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion. The Rules Committee adopted the procedural rules of the convention on July 24th. They are based on long-standing processes governing our convention and ensured that we met all ballot access deadlines. The rules established the virtual nominating process for the party's nominees and set the stage for in-person votes at the convention to adopt our platform and resolutions recommended by the Rules Committee, as well as to cast celebratory votes on our nominees and hear their acceptance speeches. Under the Rules Committee authority,
All right, that's the threshold. You get the vibe. I don't think we care about the specifics of the bureaucracy. So as I was saying, this is like an arcane ritual. It's an acceptance speech with a lot tacked on, you know? In practice, this often also serves as a big rally for the presidential candidate, because once it's accepted that, you know, all the electors have fallen behind the candidate, they've been chosen, it's everyone, you know, comes out here to...
The Rules Committee has moved the approval of the resolution.
All right, that's great. To gas their chosen candidate up. That's just how it is. Now, right now, we're going through the bureaucracy bit because we are, again, at the very beginning, right? Normally, you have big kickoffs on the first day. That's why today we have Sean Fain, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Joe Biden speaking today. And then the next 2 days, the second and third day, will be, respectfully, pretty darn...
To our Rules Committee co-chairs and members for your efforts to build a transparent and inclusive party.
Lady?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Who was that? Maybe it's not. Don't even know where I thought I recognized her from. Just friendly face. Anyway, we have the kickoffs day 1. Day 2 and 3 are going to be pretty boring, and day 4, of course, we have the big celebratory speech from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. That's how it is. Wait, no, Tim Walz isn't day 4, is he? Kamala Harris is there.
Co-Chair Romero to present the national platform as recommended for approval
3,
by
I think.
the committee.
That mirrors what Vance
Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished.
Obama will also be speaking tomorrow. Obama's tomorrow? Why did I think he was on the 4th day? Well, okay. You know, we're here for all 4 days anyway. Obama's speech will be interesting because, you know, he's decided to live the life of a recluse after, you know, his 2 terms were up. I really don't like that guy. So, I mean, you know, hopefully he has even spoken publicly. He makes a public appearance every once in a while to remind you that his musical and literary tastes are better than yours, peasant. But apart from that, not so much.
Higher.
Buenas noches, demócratas!
There we go. That's the right kind of pandering. Let's go.
Mayor Landrieu, it was a pleasure to serve as your co-chair. I also want to recognize Louisa Terrell and the drafting subcommittee for their work. This platform was passed by the Platform Committee on July 16.
What country is this? No one in America speaks Spanish.
The president passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism. And it's the product of a comprehensive process to engage with leaders from all corners of our winning coalition. Hundreds of submissions, hours upon hours of hearing and testimonies, countless conversations with community leaders and grassroots Democrats. All were essential to producing a forward-looking vision for our party that echoes the voices of all. Vice President Harris is now carrying the torch. And she and Governor Walz are committed to delivering results for the American people. Then you have Donald Trump. His extreme agenda is working against everyday Americans. He is fighting for big oil, big pharma, big banks, but most of all, my fellow Democrats, he is fighting for himself. This November, we need to keep Democrats in office and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz so we can implement an agenda that works for everyone.
Not to be weird, but she's quite cute. It's actually weirder when you say not to be weird, you know, because it suggests the kind of insecure peevishness of someone who would follow you from like a dark alley when you're going home from the bar. You know what I mean? Well, you have to be confident. It's like the joke earlier, you know, you have to be confident. That's it. Literally. Damn, she's smoking. And if they hate you for it, that's on them. You know, sometimes you have to just drop it and walk away. Be confident. All right. Be confident, but also shut the fuck up. She's hot as now. You're taking the ban. Jesus Christ, you people are weird with women.
All those in favor of approving the platform, please say aye.
Still bureaucracy. You know, considering the number of homosexuals in this community, I really am surprised by how often you guys see a woman, any woman, by the way, and she is pretty, but I mean any woman, and you're all like, "Oh, I'm shy, I'm coquette, I'm submissive before her, blah blah," ignoring the fact that she's almost certainly a straight woman. Get off it. And then guys go up there, none of you care. I'm thinking some of you are maybe fake bisexuals, is what I'm saying. Laura, please, I noticed that you just repeated the same message twice with a space in between, almost like you loaded it up on copy paste because you were prepared to spam it until I gave you attention.
1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future. She found that in Vice President Tim Walz. Come on, give it up for Vice, give it up.
She's almost got like emo hair.
On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunities to celebrate this future vice president's integrity, commitment, decency, and service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion to ceremonially confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Well, I didn't hear a single no that time. Dissenting voices are being silenced.
I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president. Yes, USA.
Yes.
Pursuant to our convention rules, Governor Walz has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which he will deliver on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you, my friends.
Yeah, the third day.
Delegates, please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening, and welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago.
She's cool.
With Democrats from across the country.
If Tim Walz wins,
to rally around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz
she
and
would be
their
the
vision
first
for
indigenous
America.
governor.
It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy. Our theme tonight is for the people.
First indigenous woman governor. There we go. That's the
civil
stat.
rights advocates, and our fellow citizens.
She's indigenous. Look at her earrings.
And we'll hear from
big.
our president,
This is my understanding
Joe Biden,
of race politics and indigenous culture.
Champion for the people for
Isn't
his
she also
entire
pro-trans? Yeah.
life. My name in the Ojibwe language is Gigi Wewadam Ukwe, or in English, speaks with a clear and loud voice woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone
And your
behind.
name is Hunter.
That's
like
why
your
I
name
am
is
supporting
shit.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next
Are
president
you from
and
the
vice
Wolf
president
Clan,
of the United
white man?
States.
I think not.
For almost 6 years, I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up. He does it all with a big heart, a buffalo plaid jacket, and a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter Butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew.
This is her, by
Every
the way.
time we meet, he brings something for me, because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours. He and Kamala Harris have spent their lives fighting for you, for your family, for your future. So whether you're a lifelong Democrat or just tuning in, thank you for being part of this evening. 4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee.
Jesus.
We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump was playing games. Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped in with quick and decisive action. They contained the virus, created millions of jobs, and invested in our nation's future. Under their leadership, America began to heal.
Are there words about a pandemic at this point?
No, we're not at all. We have it totally under control. We think we have it very well under control. We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April. With the heat, we're in very good shape. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. View this the same as the flu. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. We all together have done a very good job.
We think the death will be at a very low number.
I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that? By injection inside or almost a cleaning. I'm taking it, hydroxychloroquine.
When?
Right now, yeah. You can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the books.
Manual?
I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. It is what it is.
Help is on the way, and it is long overdue.
The $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill to get stimulus aid directly to struggling Americans.
Our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be.
To me, the most shocking, I guess, fact of the Trump administration with regards to his treatment of COVID is the fact that even though through Operation Warp Speed the vaccines were brought out relatively quickly, the Trump administration had no guidelines whatsoever, no plan to distribute it at a federal level. None. If they had won in 2020, the vaccines would have been produced, and then it would have been like, yeah, just wait till your local CVS is offering it, I guess. Like, there was no infrastructure for it, you know? Monkeypox slightly worrying. The monkeypox thing, I think, is a bit overhyped. It's nowhere near... Underwood. It's nowhere near as transmissible as COVID. I mean, you know, and we have a vaccine for monkeypox already, so, you know, it's... I wouldn't get too worried.
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, "It is what it is." Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, "Help is on the way." Democrats in Congress tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again. As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making health care more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress...
That's the youngest Black woman ever.
I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make health care more affordable. And now, 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month. And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back. Thank you.
It's true. No one gets COVID now. It's completely done.
My name is Rich Logis. I live in Florida, and until 2 years ago, I was a full-fledged member of MAGA. I believed Trump. I was a MAGA pundit. I had my own podcast. I was in a state of panic, terrified that Democrats were destroying our country. When the pandemic hit, we needed leadership, but we were given almost nothing. It was a major betrayal to the country. So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber. I stopped listening to what Trump said and looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything. Lying is Trump's toxic superpower. He's ripped apart families, communities, our whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for and believed in Trump. I made a grave mistake, but it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
I genuinely feel like one of the strongest wedges that you could use to pull people over is the fact that there are a lot of grandparents and parents in this country right now who are basically on no contact with their children because they're monsters, disavowed because they're gay or trans or like political differences, like either getting at the kids or the parents or grandparents or whatever. There's some work to be done there, I think. There are a lot of old people who are going to die alone, and they really deserve it, is what I'm saying.
We all remember the world in 2020.
Your lashes,
where we were,
man.
And for some of us, who we lost.
I feel a little gust of wind when he blinks.
Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker.
Yeah, this is how you do it, JD
Like
Vance.
many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives. As mayor, I fought for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump. While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues,
Better suit than
Donald
most.
Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies. He peddled
Which I did, and that's why I don't
theories
like this.
across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans, and our economy collapsed. Now, that summer of 2020.
Why they keep saying bleach? Because Donald Trump literally did suggest injecting bleach into your body. That was like the thing before hydroxychloroquine. No, wait. Was that before the... What was the... Wait, it was the hydroxychloroquine, and it was the bleach, and it was the ivermectin. That was the thing that I was blanking on, yeah. and shoving a UV lamp up your ass. Well, a lot of us do that anyway. It's been 1 year since Trump suggested injecting bleach. We've never been the same. It's true. Got like a necrotic tissue all over my ass cheek.
She was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control. They safely reopened our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan. A historic economic package.
It's so crazy how ivermectin was just like offhandedly pushed as one of a number of quote-unquote miracle solutions, and then we all had to endure literal years of pitch debate over whether an antifungal medication, or was not antifungal, it was parasite, right? Antiparasitic? Dewormer, yeah, an antiparasitic would be effective against COVID. Like, there were people doing like scientific studies because it was, all of it was just for the attention. And after like a bajillion discussions and all the money spent, what was the conclusion? It doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work, you idiot. It's an antiparasitic. It's a completely different thing.
I raise my right hand and I pledge an oath to protect and to love this country. It was the proudest day of my life. My mom taught me to love this country.
That was a very jarring
She taught me that
snap cut.
real American patriotism is not about screaming and yelling America first. Real American patriotism is loving your country so much that you want to help the people in your country. That is American patriotism.
Yeah, they're still pushing ivermectin.
And we all know that Kamala Harris understands and knows this as well. Kamala Harris is ready to lead this country.
Still? Yeah, there's money to be made.
We can all remember 2020.
The conservative media space is made up almost exclusively of grifters at this point. Like, basically everyone is somewhere in between Donald Trump and Alex Jones on the scale of, like, how obvious are you about the fact that you're only in this to make money, you know? I know it's difficult to imagine sometimes because liberals can be pretty annoying, but there are actually an enormous number of liberal pundits and politicians out there who sincerely believe what they say. Like, genuinely. You can go on...
We have a little game we like to play here called Two Lies and a Lie. We list...
Okay. You can go on MSNBC, you can go to like Mueller, She Wrote, or whatever. There are like so many places you can go. Just boilerplate, liberal talking points, but they actually believe it. And that just does not exist on the right. It doesn't exist on the right. Is Alex Jones in it for the money, Vosh, or is Trump? Trump is mostly in it for the praise and applause, but he does like profiting from his political shenanigans. Alex Jones is the most in it for the money that any human has ever been. MTG is a rare example of a non-grifting right-winger. That might actually be true, yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene might actually be one of the more sincere ones, purely because she's 70 IQ and genuinely mentally unwell. So she fits right in. Man, when I was driving back from Rainier, when I was driving back from the hiking trail where I hiked where no man has ever hiked before, thank you, I drove past so many Trump signs, which isn't unusual if you're driving through farm country, but we drove past a trailer park. There was a trailer park that had a Blue Lives Matter flag, a Trump flag, a like where Crooked Joe has to go flag, and an American flag that blurred into the Israeli flag, like it was a gradient from one to the other, and it was a trailer. Holy shit! Just fly the I beat my wife and molest my children flag, why don't you? Jesus Christ, man. What a cursed household.
actually took decisive action to create jobs, support small businesses, and rebuild a stronger and more resilient economy. Kamala Harris is a leader we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those moments.
I've been seeing
Donald
so many
Trump
flags
did
lately. The reason you see so many different right-wing flags is because there's an incredibly productive, thriving market of flag makers and salesmen who make their living entirely off of advertising and selling to, or advertising to and selling to lunatic conservatives. Many of them old people who are estranged from their kids and are going to die alone, like convincing them to have like the newest flag. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, and they're all drop shipping from like China. All right, what are we on now? Copyrighted music. Okay. Is it an ethical way to make money? In the sense that you're like taking money from horrible old people, I guess. Now, chat, I know what you're thinking. Is he going to be ableist like he is all the time to conservatives? And the answer is no. I'm only ableist to bad people. And myself.
2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing.
I mean, maybe he is a bad guy, in which case I'll be ableist to him, I promise you, but I don't know that
We
right now.
found each other. The day we brought our second daughter home from the hospital, Brian was diagnosed with ALS.
Love how the entirety of chat was waiting to see how Voss should react, to see what they should do. Yeah, and some of you aren't adopting the attitude, the
I was told
appropriately
I had
respectful
6
attitude.
months to live. That was 7 years ago.
They're going to do a faith healing. Tim Walz is going to come out there and do like the forehead tap, and he's going to walk again. Make the DNC good.
We could not change Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law.
Yeah, remember, not long ago, less than a month ago, was that op-ed where the relative of Trump was saying that in an interview, Trump said, like, disabled people should just die. That was crazy, man. I mean, I guess it's not really, because it was meant to be a private off-the-record comment, but...
We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris. She's the daughter of a breast cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our caregivers, too. Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively.
Why did she give him the mic? I don't get it. That's because you're not thinking, okay? That's because you're a very unimpressive person. Obviously, the speech is being orchestrated by her. She's not getting the info from him. He might have had some input on the speech beforehand. I'm not entirely sure, or through what means. They're doing it to show mutual participation. Think about it for a second. Just use your head. Okay? All right, I get it. Thank you, YouTube. Use your damn head. You know, a big part of I don't know, building a good society, I think, is understanding that you're one bad day away from being the most unlucky person in your country. You know what I mean? Like, it could be like an ableism thing with a disability or like a medical condition or something, or like you break 57 bones because you get hit by a car. Like, you're always one bad incident away from being in the lowest position imaginable. And for that reason, you know, you should try to elevate everyone.
Sandra for years.
All right,
In
Bottoms,
fact,
this is the Democratic
was my
whip.
personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause. In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this. Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty boring, too. 6 billion, quadrillion jobs. You know, the rhetoric on, like, Donald Trump was one of the only presidents where there were fewer jobs than there was when he took office. It doesn't really mean much because it was COVID, you know? But Donald Trump also levies criticisms that have basically nothing to do with Joe Biden's policies. The inflation bit, for example, you know? Even if you made the argument that inflation, that spike in inflation was caused by the... First of all, what are spikes in inflation caused? Vibes. Same as the stock market. You know, I've done the research. I was right about the stock market. People in chat were like, no, dude, it's actually like a complicated science. And then Nvidia went down 13%, up 13%, and everything's coasting. Oh, yeah, it was definitely about the exchange rate between the American dollar and the yen. That's the reason why everything changed right after, even though the yen-American dollar policy continued. I know it's all vibes! And so is inflation. It's what you let them get away with.
My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes.
No, most Japanese companies didn't fully recover. Yeah, who gives a shit about that? We're talking about the American economy. We were talking about the broader stock market issue. I can understand how Japanese US yen dollar conversions would affect the well-being of Japanese companies, but the idea of it causing a general stock market downturn that immediately reversed for a bunch of that. No. I see past it now, okay? You see the stock market ticker. I see the green text of the Matrix floating down. All right.
Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona.
Hit it.
Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. And not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Not getting me this time, YouTube. Not getting me this time. But it's not going to last that long, is it? It did not.
Good evening.
It did not.
I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about...
You don't need to say black don't crack every time a black person goes up there. It's okay. Us white boys are already painfully aware of the fact that white do, in fact, crack. We don't need to be reminded. Thank you. It's not a novel point to make.
Trashing our communities. J.D. has been our senator for 18 months.
Stop talking over black women.
And what has he done for hard-working Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guy. While J.D. and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as J.D. and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it, and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. J.D. and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us.
Man. Even the mention of Ohio.
And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. Are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh my God, they really, please welcome who? I don't know. I'm sorry. Your announcement is, oh, okay. Well, now I'm looking at them. So now I know.
IBEW International President Ken Cooper.
They're still playing that music. They really want me to, you know, they want me to die, I think. The DNC is I'm voting Republican now because the DNC is making personal attacks against me. They're calling them the widest leg pants of all time. Thank God.
Union, yes. Union, yes. Union, yes. Union, yes.
It does look like they have a lot more people here than the RNC did.
I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare,
Tim Walz spoke
sanitation, and more.
There recently, remember?
4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure
Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
We're hitting vocal ranges never before heard at a convention.
Because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern-day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement.
I guess I'm out, folks.
That is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class.
They're not letting me in.
And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power. And together, we will win the future. Let's go get it.
I kind of respect it. Is it problematic to say we're going to build a darker union base with sneakers? Is that, am I allowed to look into that? It's okay. He's here to balance out the racial vibes.
Booker.
And I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for workers who are building America. Hello. I'm Kenny Cooper, representing 840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
What were we booing for? Did I miss like a...
The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants.
Were they saying
storm
Cooper?
Restoration to power lines. And we've been doing it for over 130 years.
It doesn't sound like that.
Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plans. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
I didn't realize this, but McCormick Place, where this is being hosted, is apparently the largest open venue in the United States. Like, the building is the largest.
I'm Claude Cummings Jr., president of CWA, the Communication Workers of America.
Yeah, I think they're saying COOP.
We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic.
Isn't this the United Center?
Of American families.
I looked up which venue the 2024. Hold on.
High-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever.
Google, I thought it was at the DNC was at McCormick Place.
A seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet.
Oh, they're doing small meetings there.
Union jobs.
I see. They're doing the smaller meetings there, and this is the okay.
We don't play at CWA, and we're fired up. Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
It is nice to see this much union rep.
I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO.
It is nice to see this much union rep.
Representing nearly 13 million American workers. This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing. Where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers.
Yeah.
Where there's no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job.
I'm telling you, I do not think it was like this in 2016.
Our President Joe Biden Biden has fought for. And that's the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters president, tried to get into the DNC, but they never even responded to him. Instead, they have Sean Fein. That is so good. I know that's copyright. That is so much better. You weaselly cockroach. You grifting snake. We'll get Sean Fein, the Marx's strongest soldier, to speak here instead. Yeah, that guy should be shut out forever. 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Hello.
Scab.
Hello, Democrats.
Hi.
Hello, Democrats.
Hello.
Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles.
Still a shit city, frankly, you haven't fixed it.
We knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now, I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good line to run off of as a Democrat. We know for a fact that Donald Trump likes kids. I mean, this is a difficult thing to contest him on, really. You're kind of challenging the high school tennis club captain to a tennis match, you know?
Country music star, Mickey Guyton.
I'm sure someone in chat cares about this. I sure as shit don't. All right, here's music.
How you doing?
Oh, we're gonna play music. Is that what we're gonna do?
The lines on the interstate, the dust on
all right. So that's definitely like lip syncing along to a copyrighted song. So we're just gonna have to watch, okay? I like her dress. You know, you know what I think kind of sucks? I think it kind of sucks that, like, I think this is a post-World War I thing, or maybe even a post-World War II thing, but formal dress for women in politics is very rarely a dress. You know? I think the dresses look nice, as long as they're good, but women mostly wear, like, pantsuits, you know? They wear, like, crop jackets, a lot of loose material to accommodate the shape of their torso and the trousers and what have you. but dresses are considered. It's just weird because, like, for a man, the politics clothing and the, like, evening attire are different types of suits. But then for a woman, the politics attire is a pantsuit, which is like a kind of suit dress thing, but the evening attire is still a dress. Like, people don't really go out partying in pantsuits. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know much about women's clothing. I really don't. You know, there's nice stuff out there. This convention feels really genuine and hopeful. This is what I mean about the difference between Republicans and Democrats. You might disagree with Democrats, and I do, and a lot of them are monsters, but a lot of them do genuinely believe what they're saying. All those union reps who went up there, I promise you, they're like thrilled to be speaking at the DNC. A lot of the people coming out here, Mayor of LA and all the rest of them, you know, a lot of them are powerful people, but I still genuinely believe that most of them, at least, authentically believe what they are saying. It does help that the median Democrat message is true and good, and the median Republican message under Trump is psychotic and objectively, factually, provably wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a difference in political opinion. In order to run the line on, you know, on the Trump, the MAGA messaging, you have to just lie. So that does get in the way of being authentic. Obama is getting interviewed by Hassan. Is that true? He actually secured that? That's super cool. Obama seems like the kind of guy who would do it because he wants to prove that he knows what live streaming is. You know what I mean? Like, Obama would be the kind of guy who would say, like, you know, yeah, I've watched some, I watched some Ninja. No, he wouldn't say, who is a live streamer that Obama would, like, chuckle and say, you kids think you invented everything. I've watched them. Who would he say that about? Aiden Ross. Germa. It has to be 100%. It would have to be Germa. It would have to be Germa. He'd have to be like, yeah, I was around for the Dollhouse. You young kids think you invented everything. I've watched a few Germa streams. I've watched a few Germa streams in my time. If Obama says Germa, he sweeps the third term. That's true. Oh, we're back.
It's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last 4 years. The Biden-Harris administration laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are investing in the long-term future for our nation.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Not gonna lie, also, having the lieutenant governor of the gubernatorial VP pick, who was only selected like a month ago as one of the host speakers for a night of the convention, is crazy.
Davis.
That's like such a confident move, you know?
I'm a proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair.
This would have had to have been organized in like
President Trump promised us
no
Infrastructure
time.
Week over and over again.
She's a really good speaker too. I really hope this kicks off a new trend in the DNC of acknowledging real talent rather than just acknowledging longevity. Because for decades now, the trend has basically been, if you're old and you've been around for a while and you're in the inner circle, you're like in the in crowd, and if you're not, then you don't really have a right to speak. And it seems like right now we're seeing a rustling of that. The only person who's old and on the in crowd who's really been showing up lately has been Nancy Pelosi, who for some reason, again, she was visited by like the ghost of Christmas future. Nancy Pelosi has been like aggressively orchestrating a lot of the good shit. I'm telling you, it was like a moment of, you know, of reconciliation with her mortality. She's actually been doing shit. I don't know what inspired this change, really, but I hope that from now on we start recognizing real talent, you know? We could get a lot farther.
It means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean
Holy
air,
shit,
clean
TYT
water,
might get good again.
safe roads and bridges, not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
This guy's got the Freddy fit from Scooby-Doo. See? The white and the blue and the orange.
We also need leaders by our side.
He's got like the... It's an homage.
I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. But long before I took office, I was a registered nurse. I served in the Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why I ran for office and flipped a red district blue. Because once a nurse, always a nurse. Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her doctor, and threatening to slash Medicare. Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life.
Why do Democrats all have a weird cadence? Their voice, they don't. You're imagining it. Why is she so smug? What do you... Bro, if you have issues with your mom, you need to talk it out with your mom. You can't be projecting that shit in every woman in her 40s. What the f? You can't do that. That's your mountain to climb, to use a relevant life experience of my own, you know?
Without worrying about the cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County. Harris County includes Houston.
That's where Kamala Harris is from.
Texas Governor Ann Richards said,
I gotta pee. 1 second.
I've been tested by fire, and the fire lost. In the years I've been in office, we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving.
I never noticed you have a Bunger plush. That's so cool. Thank you. I'm an authentic gamer. I put my money where my mouth is.
Heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back.
You are very shiny.
California's Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, but I hold
Is this a
another
threat to
title
me?
just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend. I met her when we were both young women trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney.
Hey, Estelle.
We got frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun. She was also a great mentor.
She moves like a skinwalker. Well, she's right underneath Gavin Newsom, who, as we speak right now, is personally like wrestling stockpiled insulin away from the hands of a homeless woman with an encampment near the LA River. So I mean, like, it could be an adjacency thing. You can't trust Democrats who are from California or New York. Okay, your best bet is the Midwest.
Street foreclosed on millions of homes. Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed.
My skin crawls whenever I hear these uplifting personal stories about presidential candidates. Yeah, I think, I mean, there's obviously like better and worse ways to do it. I think that generally speaking, it just invites the worst cynicism from me. I think that most of these people are sincere in the broad stroke. I think that in the immediate, like, I need to prepare a speech for the DNC kind of sense, it's easy to, like, you know, not falsify but overstate, or you're just saying whatever, right? Like, you know, I saw Hitler petting a dog once tier shit, where it's just completely not reflective of their personality at all. I don't know. It just doesn't mean much to me. I guess it's relatively inoffensive compared to some of the stuff you might hear. Fluff. These conventions are not geared towards your average intellectual lefty. That's true, you're 18, and that is worth keeping in mind. But what's also worth keeping in mind is that nobody actually knows who they're geared towards. What the median voter wants from these conventions is actually kind of up in the air. People have different theories. Like, there's a general consensus on what logic should be applied on average, but oftentimes behind the scenes there are, like, you know, they're waffling too. They're like, oh, what would they like more? Do we lean more into this? Do we lean more into that? You know, it can be difficult. It can be really difficult to know where you're going to go with this. I have this muted because I don't respect Californians. I hope that, yeah, you know, hope we're all in agreement on this. As a South Texan, I think we've got a shot at getting bluer. I genuinely think that with Texas as it is right now, if you had a strong Latin candidate, either as president or VP, you could get Blexus. Oh!
Rights playbook.
It is Trump's vision for America's future.
I'm not going to be nice.
It will ban abortion nationwide.
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Raise taxes on middle-class families. Gut Medicaid.
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
Strip rights from LGBTQ+ people.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Cut overtime pay.
It is going to affect workers' bottom lines.
Give him unchecked power.
And I will wield that power very aggressively.
And it begins his first day back in office.
In an exclusive undercover video, a co-author of Project 2025
That's only a few days old.
saying that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's tight. I'm breaking.
Okay, I don't care about the Kamala portion of this, especially if they have music for it. That really good of them to integrate that so quickly. That expose, literally, what, 4 or 5 days old? That just happened, you know? They really whipped that one together. I love this. Remember, Joe Biden, basically, his administration has basically not brought any attention to Project 2025. Then Kamala Harris comes in instantly. They've been, like, running with it all the time.
Hello,
Oh, we got the codex. We got the codex.
I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is Project 2025.
The libs are cooking. The libs are cooking.
Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to...
I have to pause to say this. I'm pausing, not muting. I have to say this. All of the public knowledge that we have about Project 2025, all of the, like, rebroadcasting, all the awareness, that's come from the switch to Kamala. Like, leaving aside people like John Oliver, who are obviously always going to talk about it, like, from the Democrats themselves, it's all post-switch. So this, like, again, literally, like, swapping out Joe for Kamala, saving democracy, like, genuinely.
Hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025.
It's there for the clips, SDL.
It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people,
Why aren't you saying anything? It's huge that they're pointing this out.
Yes,
so I'm letting her point it out.
Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November.
I'm really glad that attention is being given to this. I do think that it could be sold with a lot more seriousness.
We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
I mean, I guess they're making it a running bit, so sure, you know. I mean, oh my God.
Please welcome California Senator LaFonza Butler.
I don't respect this state. Can you imagine if we'd stuck with Joe, man? Jesus Christ. Everyone up here would have just been like, Joe passed the End Inflation Act, which, I mean, you guys should already support him because of that, because, you know, it was good. And, yeah, Donald Trump's bad.
And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Ms. Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common.
My wife.
We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, Kamala Harris for the people. For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her—
Sorry, I heard enough of it. Vosh beating the sexism allegations by listening to women. Posted the nanosecond I mute her. Yeah, sorry. It's sort of like the threshold, the quota that you meet of any individual bit of liberal yapping. Yeah, let the Vosh speak, huh? White men. When was the last time they got a chance to speak? Veronica Tash, thank you for the $10. Having participated in several Socialist Party conventions, the way these major party conventions are run just strikes me as profoundly undemocratic. I mean, yeah, to an extent, they're private parties. The difference, though, is that socialist parties, in America at least, aren't real and have no power. So they're mostly just like a social club. They don't really exist in the context of any. I mean, if you scale up any political party to a large enough size, you're talking about levels of delegation and abstraction where this would kind of end up being inevitable. Like, even if you had a hypothetically like super ultra democratic party operating at the federal level in America, what would the end point of that be, right? Like, how would that operate? You would have people locally, you would have people vote locally, and they would send the electors and so on. You'd get basically the same outcome, I think. The real undemocratic nature of the DNC is not in the design of the convention, but rather, I think, in how they operate as a party. Oh, I come back in for the music. Don't third parties add pressure for parties to move left or right if they get more support, though? No, not in the first past the post system like what we have. Third parties don't do anything. All they act is spoiler choices that pull votes away from the more ideologically consistent or ideologically similar candidate. Liberalism isn't based, Ben Temple. And there are always scams or someone selling a book. Yeah, for sure.
Because of policies that lift people up, I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself.
Millionaire.
We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college.
Free lunch kid.
For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're going to show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
Tim Walz and their spouses there at a firehouse in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. They are touring 4 cities in western Pennsylvania, letting folks know where they stand.
Kamala Harris greeting the dog before the firefighter, which is the correct way to do it. ACAB includes firefighters. Firefighters, unfortunately, are often cut from the same cloth as cops. It's just that their jobs aren't about doing the bad things the cops do, you know? So they're just not really they're not in the position to engage in that behavior in a lot of cases. Is it a spectrum thing to not have interest in music? I mean, do you care about the country, rock, whatever that is? Do you care? Like, are you super invested in it? Like, to the point where you would stop your stream and not talk over it? Just let that play out? And the 10,000 people watching? More penis music? I wish they'd play penis music. That was the best part of the Trump-Elon talk. How do you become a delegate? You mean for, like, the DNC party convention? Usually it's just local Democratic representatives, elected officials, bureaucrats working in state offices. Sometimes it's just, like, anyone. And then you've got the super delegates who have the ability to cast their vote however they want, though they're not going to end up being relevant in this case. The super delegates are dumb, but they're not so much of an influence on the outcome of the selection process, because in a lot of cases it ends up being a sweep anyway. Obviously it's still bad. Yeah, Hersbird, it's not like a super duper fancy pants move, though. If you get to go to the DNC over it, that's pretty cool. Hillary was rigging them. It was very undemocratic for her to claim all the super delegates before the first day voted. Yeah, that was pretty bad. What's the actual point of super delegates? Literally just what if we had insiders with a lot of power who weighed their hand on the scale? Like, that's literally just like there's no systemic explanation for it. It's basically, what if party insiders could control the outcome of an ostensibly democratic process? That's it.
His fortune. She believes in working hard for the American people.
When the middle class is strong, America is strong.
Donald Trump believes in working hard for his billionaire friends.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote.
Hey, is that a party first? That was multiple Epstein. That was the classic video from Epstein jump scare.
Please welcome former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
They hit us with it, finally. They didn't say anything about it, but showing video. Can you go back? I didn't see it. Rewind that. Did you not see it? I've seen the shots of Trump with Epstein so many times on Twitter that like instantly, like that I could like in a nanosecond, like it's like Tyler Durden inserting frames into the movie flick. I could get that off one frame easy. That right there, easily, like instant, you know? You could blur this, rotate it, flip it horizontally, mosaic, you know, Gaussian blur, it doesn't matter. There was more than one. It's from the same video, but they show it right here, right there. I missed the pause, but you saw it. Yeah.
I don't care.
Frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all...
Were there any pictures of Biden Epstein? No, unless I'm drastically misremembering. Biden wasn't like a New York oligarch insider kind of guy. Biden was like a regular middle-class dude for like 500 years. He only got money pretty recently. He had to borrow money from Barack Obama once, you know? Only 5, yeah, only 5, yeah. I always forget that Scheherazadian. There were pics with Clinton, I think. Well, yeah, Bill Clinton and Epstein were friends.
First Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades. I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. It was a mess.
Jeffrey Epstein wasn't like a right-wing or left-wing guy, you know? He was a power broker for anyone with enough money or power that they were in his orbit. Like, his whole thing was just, he's the guy you go to. He's a money guy, you know? He's a guy you go to and he introduces you to other guys, you know? For his day-to-day, like the pedophilia thing, the sex trafficking stuff, not necessarily a side hustle, but an accompaniment to the main game. As it turns out, if your goal is to attract a lot of powerful, wealthy people to you and get like schmooze with them, sex trafficking is actually like a, you know, it enables that, it seems. Well, now some people on the left side of the political spectrum might lead you to believe that this reflects poorly on the innate moral character of people who have a lot of wealth and power. I would never do such a thing, you know. But yeah, pretty wild coincidence, huh? You think Bill Clinton went to the island? I think it's a matter of record.
Criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets.
Do you think Epstein was Mossad? Nah, and that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Epstein had an insane amount of power on his own. He had connections with Mossad guys in the same way that he had connections to everyone. Like, he had connections to CIA guys, FBI guys. He probably had connections to a dozen foreign intel agencies. He was, yeah, Epstein was Epstein. Like, he was his own power broker. Everyone was connected to him.
Is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition.
Do you think Mossad was Epstein? Now we're asking the questions.
Hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut.
What about me?
She'll build 3 million new homes for the middle class. And she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free from monopolies. Monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that ship.
Oh, wow. Speaking of, I speculated on this when they had their talk. Trump has apparently just announced that he would appoint Elon Musk to a cabinet position if elected. Man, it's crazy how corruption is legal, literally, like, in exchange for using your website to propagandize for me. What would it be? Department of Energy? Cabinet or advisory role? Cabinet or advisory role?
Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you. And Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone—
There are protesters out there?
And she means everyone—
Hear a lot of crosstalk.
—can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
Probably because she's boring. Yeah, she doesn't have the sauce. What is that chanting? Oh, okay. What is that chanting? Oh.
A former Trump voter, and I will not be voting for Trump in 2024.
My name is Norma. I'm from Carson, Washington, and I am a two-time Trump voter. I will not be voting for Trump
I agree, Annie.
this
I think
time
that
around.
it minimizes
I'm actually
him.
embarrassed
It makes
to
him
say
just
that I
look petty.
did vote for Trump in 2016.
He is petty, but
Donald Trump has nothing but contempt for the American people. And ironically, for those who claim to be his base, he's only interested in benefiting himself personally.
Everything he said he would do, he did not do. I do not trust that he can do the right thing anymore.
We've seen what Donald Trump really is, and it disgusts me to my core.
I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women.
Voting against Trump and for Kamala Harris is the right thing to do.
Neat.
Please welcome New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Quickly, how do I appeal to the New Yorkers who watch me? She would have gotten here sooner, but it was difficult to because somebody ended the thing with the traffic. What is it you all care about so damn much? The thing where you pay the money for the traffic voucher? Yeah, we got it. All right, now she's here.
The United States, yes you are. Yes you are.
Congestion pricing, yeah.
Like so many of us, my grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers.
Ireland.
With nothing but hope in their hearts
Ireland.
and fire in their bellies. They built their lives in the promised land of Buffalo, New York. A union card meant good work at the steel plant. The steel plant that lifted my parents from living in a trailer to the middle class. Like other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned. Grit, determination, compassion. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values.
I just realized that I don't want to listen to her. Sorry. Completely forgot about. You know, I completely forgot. You know what I could do? I could play her and make you suffer and eat a protein bar, thus energizing myself. Or Harris is at plus 2.9 now nationwide on 538. Yeah, the most recent polling, I check every day now. You know, again, polls, devil, blah blah blah. You get it. Yeah, massive shift. Look at this. Over the past few, 2.5, 2.6, 2 point. Wait, it was 2.9. It was 2 point. Okay, hold on. Just look at the recent polls. I just showed it. First of all, Harris up 31 points in California. Keep it in your pants, guys. In the general, +2, +2, +4. Kamala Harris, favorability up +5. Donald Trump, unfavorability up +5. Wisconsin's a lock, obviously. General election, Harris +2, Harris +3. It is 2.9 average. Vosh was just being weird. I know I saw it, but then it wanted... see, there it is. See, it did say 2.9. That's true, Annie. Yeah, remember. The metric for determining whether or not a poll contains useful information is whether or not you agree with its results. And if you don't, then it was worthless. Please explain why we're hopeful when Joe was +8 in the polls and Kamala isn't even +4. What do you mean? You mean in 2020? The aggregate polling data in 2020, Joe was at +8 this time last cycle. You can't... When was Joe +8? I'm trying to remember if Joe was +8 100 days out.
We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala.
Yoink. I mean, he did end up winning in this after all. I think that here's 2020. Yeah, I'm looking at it. He won 306, 232. Yeah. You know, there is you know what? I'm going to be straightforward with you. There's an answer to this question, and I think that there's a good answer, and I'm remembering portions of the answer, but I think it would take a bit of time, and I'd have to refresh. I'd have to hit the books a little bit, you know? So I'm going to delay the answer to that. I think it's a good question. Okay? I don't recognize this one. Still music. I'm not sure about this one. Sorry, chat moved quickly, STL. I missed. Please stop. Please stop. 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 Please stop. Is that Obama's suit color? I first read it was Obama's skin color. What the fuck? They're not even the same. Okay.
It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation, People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Okay. This isn't her full speech. This is just her... Her full speech is on the 4th day. This is just her going, howdy, howdy.
Please welcome actor and director Tony Goldwyn.
Hello, Chicago. And hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how was that for an opening act? I'm just saying. Now, as our Vice President just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools.
Over, dude. If you followed my gender journey when I transitioned from being a 290-pound cisgender male into being a 210-pound cisgender male, you would probably know that I don't give a shit about like the food that I eat at all. It's just the calorie count. Like I wasn't really, apart from the macros, you know, fat, protein, and carbohydrates. Got the results from my blood work for the doctor. Glucose levels could be looking a little bit better. We're entering a new era. I'm in my 30s now. It hit like a wall, man. Hit like a damn wall. I'm gonna have to eat broccoli now. I like broccoli all right, as long as I salt the shit out of it. Thankfully, my sodium levels are great. You know, glucose just could be a little lower. Gotta have less carbs. We gotta get into the keto diet. Hypertension is the thing. Why are you talking about hypertension? When did I say hypertension? I said glucose. What are you? You're all saying other shit. Roasted broccoli. I'm gonna roast the fuck out of that broccoli. No way your sodium levels are right. My sodium levels are literally perfect. It's insane because I oversalt everything. Like I put so much salt on shit. I salt everything. And for some reason, my sodium levels are perfect. They're dead in the center of the recommended range. Not the glucose, though. Not anymore. All right. Yeah, thank you, my kidneys. Thank you. Didn't you salt the air-fried chicken nugget? Yeah, of course I did. What are you talking about? Get some broccoli roasted with olive oil, salt, a few spices, lemon juice, you'll be snacking. I don't need the olive oil. Literally just roasting the broccoli, you know? Have you ever had a kidney stone? No, I don't drink soda. You've been talking for a while, man.
You ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30.
No. Olive oil helps with nutrient absorption. Olive oil helps with fucking making your gut big, okay? Listen, from now on, it's nothing but dry-ass broccoli suffused with sea salt, okay? We're talking like, I'm gonna salt roast that shit like it's a fucking salmon, all right? And that's gonna be all I get to eat from now on, I guess. No more 20 sticks of Pez. No more getting half of my calories every day from chips and brownies. It's fucking over. It's over. Sounds like a sad existence. Such is the life of being 30. You mentioned hypertension. I never mentioned hypertension. That's not a thing that I mentioned. You imagined it. You're insane. You're delusional. Wake up.
A lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s.
I've had 30 long years of eating whatever the fuck I want.
Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American...
Wow, I just realized that I care less about this than I do talking about my health more. Yeah, the sodium being right dead in the middle like that is pretty crazy. Everything else is good. So I guess it literally is just I have too much sugar, which makes sense on account of me having a lot of sugar all the time and not exercising very much. So it turns out that if you do the obviously unhealthy things for 30 years in a row, your body gets a little bit fed up with it. Did you fast before your glucose test? Yes. Thank you, Kenneth Allen Cook. Kenneth Allen Cook. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. You've said thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You talk a lot. Thank you. I understand. I can't believe you're a sports ball millennial, Vosh. It's your favorite trait. I don't have anything against people who like sports. I have a problem with sports culture, people who play sports, and everything about it. But not... Look, I get it, okay? I used to watch, like, LCS and professional StarCraft Brood War matches. And StarCraft 2, at least for Wings of Liberty, alright? I understand. But... my impression of a guy who's into sports is just that they beat their wife. And they don't have much going on in their life, and they think they could have gone pro if it wasn't for an injury they sustained when they were like 12. I don't know. Maybe this is like an American football thing, but you guys get crazy about soccer. Oh, I'm sorry. Football. Ooh, football. Didn't you box and wrestle growing up? Yeah, but it wasn't like a sport. I just treated it like a exercise and athletic activity. Like, kind of a different... That is sports? Are you... Okay, everyone line up for the permaban. If you think there's anything comparable between me criticizing capital S sports, the international, like, people watching on TV, betting matches, rapist players, professional coaches getting millions, like, that, and that's comparable to me, like, boxing in high school and wrestling in high school and stuff, and just doing it for myself and never trying to compete with it in any meaningful... Like, you line up. Everyone line up against the wall! Line up. It's time. We're not doing the debate this time, okay? We're just going straight to the wall. All right, sorry. That was my high blood sugar levels speaking. I take it back. I got really agitated for a second there. Hey, why is it that in Paul Blart Mall Cop, he was fat, but he had to have the lollipop to have the energy to beat the bad guys, the, like, die-hard bad guys? Does being diabetic mean you need sugar, or is that a different thing? I don't know anything about anything. Did he have low blood sugar? Because diabetes has 2 types. He had low blood sugar. Is that like a different type of diabetes? Type 1 diabetics need sugar. Type 2, it matters between type 1 and type 2. So what's Paul Blart? Is Paul Blart type 1? Type 2 diabetics also need sugar. Why would a person with high blood sugar need sugar? They literally call it hypoglycemia in the movie. I watched it when I was 10 years younger. Why are you, I don't know. PEMDAS, you're right.
Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans.
Okay. I can't believe that I'm going to have to go get broccoli. This sucks, dude. I can't believe that I only got there. I can't believe that 100 years ago, my ancestors were probably like drinking soup made out of boiling the leather in their boots, and now I only got 30 years of eating literally anything that I wanted. The highest quality food, like food in supermarkets today is like incomparable in quality and nutritional value compared to the shit people were eating a century ago. I can't believe I only got 3 decades of doing anything I wanted, and now I have to be kind of responsible. Ugh. How high was your glucose for you to reach this way? Oh, not that high. But like a little bit, like it might be a problem if I went another year while eating anything that I wanted. You know what I mean? You want to react before it becomes a problem, right?
Sell your house. Do not sell it. We're going to get those jobs coming back, and we're going to fill up those factories. So what's going to happen?
But Trump lied and abandoned Lordstown.
This is about a community.
It's going to be a big change to go somewhere else.
The GM factory in Lordstown did close, putting thousands of people
I like
out
roasted
of work.
broccoli.
Because Donald Trump doesn't
Maybe I can
care
make some
about
fruit
our
smoothies.
communities.
All those jobs went away, and he did nothing. He did not do one thing for those workers there. He didn't come and make promises. He came and made false promises.
And exercise, you're right.
Kind of lost hope in everything. I don't really want to leave.
But then something changed. Instead of lies and broken promises, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got to work and brought U.S. manufacturing jobs back, including to Lordstown. Kamala will continue to have workers' backs and get the job done. American workers deserve a fighter, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is.
Do we believe in opportunity?
Go, white boy, go.
To fight for it.
Please welcome United Auto Workers President Sean Fain.
It's the guy! For those of you who don't know, this guy's based as fuck. He's trying to organize a general strike. He's actually incredibly red-pilled. Suit's like 2 sizes too big, but you know.
All right. Yeah.
It's union summer, man.
Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class.
There is a specter haunting the DNC.
On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW.
Yeah. Joe Biden was very good with unions.
For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves.
Yes.
So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab.
It's union summer, folks, and they're feeling the heat. Calling them working class rather than middle class. Calling Trump a slave to the billionaires rather than just like
That's
bad.
a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris.
Her initial?
In 2023.
I love him.
Who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
He totally borrowed that jacket from someone else. There's no way he owns that jacket. That thing was huge on him. By the way, I want to pause to say this. Get ready for the whiplash. This guy's supporting Kamala Harris now, but this guy's plan is to organize a bunch of union contracts to expire in 2028 so that all of them, all the members of all the unions he's working with, which will be as many as he can get, can do a general strike. He's currently like attempting to orchestrate like the largest strike in of American history, but like a really big one. So if that does go through, get ready for I don't know. There is no way a sitting president's going to be on board with it. To do what? To establish communism.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable.
When I first started watching you a few years ago, you quipped the unions are dead in this country. The change in just 3 years has been amazing to witness. Yeah, and unironically, I think that, you know, if you want to think of it as living through history, we're seeing a very real example of those material forces in action, right? Like, you have like a thesis and counter-thesis and synthesis, where you have the like conservative, neoliberal NAFTA era of like total globalization, no concern for local workers, and then you have the fake populism of Donald Trump arguing like, oh, we're going to bring American manufacturing jobs back, but of course he doesn't. But that also brings the interest back, the populist resurgence, and through that, there's a real interest in bringing unions back, you know? And not to say that we're all completely slave to material forces. We can make decisions for ourselves, but it is pretty incredible how, as you trace like the long arc of history, there are patterns and a lot of things do make sense, you know? That's just dialectical materialism. General strikes are pretty cool, that's what you're saying? Well, they're very, very dangerous. General strikes are meant to cripple an economy, right? Like, you know, and not just in a, oh, the billionaires are suffering kind of way, but in a like, oh, wow, how, like kind of what happened to COVID, right? Remember? Remember when like everything shut down and it was pretty bad? General strikes would be like that, but potentially worse. Ideally for a good cause. Yeah, it's a union nuke, exactly.
And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike.
Yep. And his talk with Elon, he just openly, yeah, he was openly.
And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed.
This is it. This is it. This is the counter thesis.
The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House?
Sean Penn is objectively undeniable. He's 100% a communist. I'm not saying that like euphemistically. He is.
We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
They're calling it the greatest DNC speech of all time. This blows Sean O'Brien's scab speech out of the water. And again, this right here, this is how you beat fascism. The argument that fascists use is that the negative experiences that you are having in your life are caused by minorities. Fundamentally, that is it. LGBTQ people are making your society weak, degenerate, not masculine, your military weaker, so on and so forth. They're polluting the minds of your children. Immigrants, people of different races, they're making your cities dangerous, they're taking your jobs. The argument for the fascist is always, 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 whatever your problem is, it is caused by an out-group. You are in the in-group, and there is an out-group that wants to hurt you. That is every political argument from a fascist distilled. They thread that needle 1,000 different ways, but that is always, always, always what they are saying. And the counter-argument to it every time is exactly what he just said right there, that they're trying to divide us. They're trying to make, they're trying to make this about race, or some poor guy at the border is the reason why you're suffering. No, it is the greed of, normally you'd say bourgeoisie, but I understand we're in mixed company, so the billionaire class. And it's true. And it is true. And it has been true for as long as capitalism has been the dominant mode of the global economy. That relationship between the owner and the worker, this is the dynamic that plays out. How do you have a democracy that does not immediately just vote to take power back from the bourgeoisie who control the democracy? You have to either not have a democracy to begin with, or you have to hide the problems from them, or you have to convince them the problems are caused by something else. And we've had varying versions of this all throughout the past 250 years. It's good. Vosh, Fetterman skipping entire DNC. I think Fetterman should skip his next insulin shot.
New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah. Hey! They said it like I do! Another huge positive sign for this DNC, the fact that they're treating a junior congresswoman seriously on account of her popularity with the people, rather than disregarding her because she's a junior congresswoman who isn't part of the insider group. Oh, Hillary would never do this. Not in a million years.
Thank you, Chicago.
She's not junior anymore, though. Oh, junior, like,
Thank
relative
you,
to the...
Chicago,
Yes.
for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
I thought we don't like New York Democrats.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
They're going to cut him in the crowd. Is he somewhere? He's got to be somewhere. He's probably in a back room somewhere.
6 years
taking
ago,
adrenochrome.
I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure. And we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity.
In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed.
I genuinely feel like the tone of this first say is like
working tirelessly to secure a
40
ceasefire
times
in
more
Gaza
based
and bringing
than the
hostages
2020 or
home.
2016 DNCs. Like this entire day has been like 60% of it has been like, we will overthrow the ruling class, we will establish a dictatorship of the
I see a
proletariat.
leader with a real commitment to a better future.
As I mentioned, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Wait. Did she say it? It was because I was talking. I'm an idiot.
I see a leader who understands. I see a leader.
More back? I'm stupid.
Possibly
I'm an idiot.
to secure a ceasefire in Gaza.
Now I
and
heard it. Back forward.
help her win.
Thank you.
Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for
Got it.
$1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
Jesus Christ.
The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business.
Bringing her here
to
was
love this country
a good
is
decision.
To fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Good thing to bring up. Good tie back, man. That's always been one of the most mask off things for Republicans, which the whole like how much they hate the working class or whatever. The fact that they make fun of her for that, you know what I mean? Like it's so blatant in her case. I don't know. It's just, yeah, I'm glad she's bringing it up.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
It's good. It's really good.
We cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I mean this in the most complimentary way possible. She's giving like dear leader energy with these speeches. Holy shit. The crowd swell. This is like a crowd management energy, not only unparalleled thus far in the DNC, but possibly in her career. I don't remember her hitting it this well before. Jesus Christ.
Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story. Kamala is for you.
Oh, the oomph is here,
America.
100%.
When we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
God damn. Yeah, no, killer, just killer on the tone there. I mean, like, I not that I expected her to deliver that poorly or anything like that, but like, fuck me, man, that was really good. Like, people are gonna talk about that, you know. That was good enough that people are going to talk about it, you know. Man, I wish we're watching like a long video, so I can't skip back to the exact moment that really hit. But I mean, I might just try anyway.
Who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there.
That wasn't the exact moment I was thinking of, but it doesn't matter because she killed that too, right? Like, God, all right, you know. Clearly, she watched my live stream where I criticized her, and she was like, "All right, I'll shape up. I'll just be fantastic all the time, perfect." Cool. Okay, you know, you're welcome.
Wow. How about that AOC?
It's like, hey,
Good
what?
Lord.
Would hate to follow that
So
one.
Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core.
Wow, it's true. Everything does seem kind of boring after AOC's bit, you know? Sorry, so me, I'm not a hypochondriac at all, honestly. I'm pretty, you know, chill, but I do try to take an active, I want to, it's not just about lifespan, it's health span, right? So I'm looking, and apparently the terms simple and complex carbs and what's the other one? Whole grain? These actually mean something. I thought they were just
caring adults.
This neighbor.
Okay. I thought they were just you know, it's like superfood doesn't mean anything, you know? Skip to live, you're behind. Oh, that's true. We can skip
Sheltons.
this.
Yeah.
And on weekends.
Batiste.
I'm Doris Johnson. We to stand up.
Oh God! Jump scare. That's why we don't hit live.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
All right, everyone. Oh no! Oh man! All right, everyone, guard yourself. Get ready. It's possible. Maybe Pelosi twisted her arm. Maybe she doesn't say anything that bad. Come on. Please. Please. This is the white girl song. Oh my God. How angry do you think she is right now? Unimaginably. How much of a laugh do you think she could get if she was like, I enjoyed all your speeches, but now it's my turn? And do you think she could? I feel like there's a version of that could bop. I'd commit necro. Okay, all right. a standing ovation for this. I'm really sorry, but a lot of liberals are like that. Listen, okay, they made a dark deal. They were able to get AOC up there, but in turn, we have to have Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much.
Time to hawk 2 of the polls. Yeah, incoming.
No. Thank you all.
This is great. Oh, they're trying to drown her out. This is actually based. They're like, if we never stop cheering.
Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
Wow, she still looks. Oh, yep. Like a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic. Look at the animatronic.
America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though,
A female president?
let's salute President Biden.
Do you think that Hillary Clinton is kind of like a fey trickster and you have to keep her happy or her eyes flash red and she eats everyone in the
Champion
audience?
at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
No, she's like, wait, no, applaud me.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote.
Yeah, you're pretty old.
That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state. To ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president.
Haven't heard this woman's voice.
If we can do this, Jerry.
Hearing her, it's like immediately, it's crazy how much better things have gotten, right? Like you think about like Kamala Walls, and then you compare that to the energy that Hillary Clinton delivers. You remember what she was like back in 2016. It's like, holy shit. They were trying to lose with her, you know? Like, man, anyone else could have won against Trump in 2016. It was easier than the win that Joe Biden had in 2020, because by that point, Trump had energized the entire Republican base. Back in 2016, Trump was still beefing with a large portion of the GOP. He only fully consolidated his hold over the party after he won.
Said we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
All right. And lose it, thus condemning all of us to 3 conservative Supreme Court justices, 4 years of Donald Trump.
And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
On our houses. She looks up the auditorium ceiling parts.
We refused to give up on America.
Bees.
Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going.
She's just very creepy is the main problem.
Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her
she's
the
so boring.
hopes
Yeah.
of every child she
In my
protected,
head, I'm thinking, I'm
every
reading
family she helped, every
fruits
community she served. So as
have a
president,
low
she will
glycemic index.
always have our backs. And she will be a fighter
Blueberries
for us.
are goated? Yeah,
she
I've
will
heard.
fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
At least that'll make Trump mad. It's the order you eat things in. I will never remember that.
As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
I can't get over the impression of her being an animatronic. It's so overwhelming, the mechanical way she... I don't know. I don't know.
We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic.
I don't want to make a fruit smoothie every day. Could I just like make a giant one and
Think
put
about
it in a Tupperware?
The
Does it go bad?
Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself.
Again, like was pointed out, I don't like that rhetoric.
On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now.
It's okay to make fun of Hillary Clinton's laugh because it comes across like shrill and psychotic. Kamala Harris's laugh conveys joy and human emotion. It has nothing to do with Hillary Clinton.
No matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling,
You can hear like
is
the clank and
Kamala
whir
Harris
of the emotional
raising her
circuits
hand
in her
and
head.
taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Please let her go.
When a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love.
I'm being drained. I'm being... When she keeps sucking.
I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Oh yeah, this is super cute. Tim Walz is... Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Chorus right when I'm not able to immediately mute it. Tim Walz's kid's giving him bunny ears when he's at the DNC. That's so cute. Could you imagine J.D. Vance's kids if they were old enough, or Joe Biden's... Or sorry, not Joe Biden. Donald Trump's kids doing this to them? They'd get like... They'd have their favorite puppy shot when they got back home, you know? For making their father look like a fool on national TV. Skip to live. You're literally not my boss.
You. 4 years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for him.
Can I be real? I hate this guy. I don't want to listen to this piece of shit talk. I don't want to listen to this guy talk. Does he have his top button unbuttoned, but a bottom button buttoned? It looks like the fabric is crossing over in such a way. Is he... Who is he? Who's Jim Clyburn? What did Conyer just say correctly? This man hates progressives and he is addicted to losing him. Yeah, there you go. Top. I know the top's not buttoned, but that would be fine as long as the other buttons aren't. But whatever. Maybe bringing out Hillary Clinton was like a strategic move. So, like, the DNC is worried. The last time we had a woman presidential candidate, she lost and did quite poorly. Maybe we need to remind people how much better Kamala is. So they bring Hillary Clinton out, and they're like, see? It's totally different, guys. Look at how bad she is, you know? Because that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. Seeing Hillary Clinton talk for that long in a row, like, helpless to stop it, being bombarded with her words. I'm feeling a little bit grateful for Kamala right now. I don't know about you guys. Now I'm thinking like, well, it could always be worse. Why run her right after AOC? I cannot tell you how unironically based it is that you would have AOC, a like 34-year-old congresswoman with a huge like base of national popularity, despite just being a congresswoman, to run her right next to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, for a while, one of the most influential and powerful people in the DNC, you know? Like, having them right next to each other is such a fuck you to Hillary and such a moment of triumph to AOC. You know what I mean? I'm linking this again because your single fruit smoothie take is horrific. What take?
You're not American if you do not have a gelatinous testy drawer in your fridge. That is an entire drawer dedicated to raw nuts and gelatine, and I keep this in my fridge 24/7 if I ever want a snack. And today I'm going to show you how to make it right at home. All you're going to do is take your fridge drawer out and put it in the sink. And then we're going to add our gelatine to the bottom and a little bit of water. And here's the super fun part. You're just going to dump your nuts into the drawer just like that. I remember growing up, my Mimi would always have a gelatinous testy drawer in her fridge for any time the kiddos would come over. And then all you're going to do is mix it around in the drawer just like that. We want a nice consistency, and then we're just going to slide it right back in our fridge just like that, guys. If you wait around 12 to 24 hours, you should open it back up and pull it out. It will be nice and solid. We would rather let it sit too long than have it be a little soupy, and then we're just going to plop it in our sink and begin to pull it out and throw it on our table just like that, guys. Make sure you try this and let me know if you like.
All right. I don't know why I watched this, SDL. I don't know what relationship this had to anything that I see. He's literally you. I just meant you make a big smoothie and then freeze the rest. What does that have to do with this? Better than Jim Clyburn, though. Jill Stein supporters are calling uncommitted pro-genocide. That's because Jill Stein and people who like Jill Stein, knowingly or otherwise, are grifters who exist only to pull votes away from Democrats. They are literally stooges of other forces that want Republicans to win. Uncommitted is actually a pragmatic movement that seeks to work with the Democratic Party and actually change outcomes. And for that reason, they're like they're not on the same side of things at all. Jill Stein is a fraud, and she and people who are in the know with what she represents do not give a shit about dead Palestinians. They only care about using their juxtaposition to the Democrats as a way of continuing to get book deals and other, like, cynical ways of making money. Did you see that Trump is almost certainly bankrolling the Cornel West ballot across campaigners? Yeah, and why wouldn't he? They're essentially just stooges of the Republican Party, you know? We know about the connections to Russia. We know that, like, Cornel West is, at best, an idiot, at least when it comes to politics, or maybe someone, I mean, like, if you look at his behavior, it's either idiot or grifter. Like, I'm sorry if you think, like, how dare you call Cornel West, a seasoned activist, an idiot? Well, then it's grifter.
Believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable time and time again.
Guilty. 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 Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump.
The rhetoric. Kamala versus
free and fair
felon
election.
Trump.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected,
sometimes
Trump
he
has
talks like
promised
the
to overturn
scientist
laws that would keep him
from
accountable and
Simpsons.
exact retribution on anyone he
Gonna walk
considers
down
an
to the
enemy.
Capitol.
Even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law that keeps America free.
Maybe they aren't bringing up Epstein directly because of prosperous lawsuits. I'm really sorry, but the reason why they don't bring up Epstein directly is almost certainly because people in the DNC have said, please don't go there. We have a lot of people who have also been photographed with Epstein. Unironically, that's probably it. Epstein, the whole thing with Epstein was that he tried to make friends with everyone because that's how you become a power broker. It's literally like you'll bring down everyone. Like you'll just open yourself up to retributive attacks. We don't want this to smear our legacy, that kind of thing. Bill Clinton being the biggest and most obvious one, but it's probably a lot of them.
Please welcome Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin.
I still think they should do it, though. Oh, God, look at the dress sneakers. Are you kidding? You're in a full suit. Those aren't even, they don't even match. What a... Just look at that. Oh, my Lord. Hide them behind the podium. Thank you. Well, good thing the suit doesn't fit him too, so the fit's complete.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
People in chat not familiar with Raskin being like, this is pretty Reddit, which it is.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution.
Did he forget?
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election.
Not since Burr, I guess.
By the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection?
Yeah, wrap this up. Get it tight 5. Come on.
We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance.
You have to give him some slack. He had cancer and he beat. Was it brain
cancer? In America,
cancer? Comedy
let's
cancer?
make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
It's okay. What matters is that he had fun.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Best tailoring of the night. It's on a damn woman.
Good evening, America!
Men's tailoring is done. It's over.
On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU.
meet you. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs.
I appreciate them keeping the list
Listen,
up.
y'all.
I have a bad memory.
He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas,
The silhouette of the camera people
they want to
in
institute the death penalty.
screen looks really
That
cool.
is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home. Critical resources to secure the border, military aid to
Sorry, somebody in chat just pointed this out, but I thought it was worth repeating. They are being very aggressive with this DNC. I like it a lot. They are being more aggressive than the RNC was. The RNC was a lot of like, you know, Trump is really, really great, and also this is why America needs to do this or whatever. This is very antagonistic to Trump, which is fantastic. Good. Be on the attack for once. Set the tone for once. Jesus. You always let the Republicans do that. Thank God.
Ukraine and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the 2 choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. While Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work, and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the
How many times do you guys have to discover this about black women? How many times? You're
Listen,
like a
y'all, she did all
baby,
these
and your
things because
parents.
she genuinely cares about people.
She looks
She sees each
younger
person
than she
as
is.
just that,
Wow.
a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said,
Yeah, take care of your skin.
Kamala Harris for the people.
I've seen what
And
other
she meant
30-year-old white boys look like, and the difference is that I moisturize, okay? Take care of your skin.
Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume. Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness.
Theater student, do you see her outfit?
Who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: there's always light if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
This is one of our willow boxes. This is the outfit that she was gonna maybe wear home from the hospital. There's her little... the blanket that she was in.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated.
Were you a theater kid or just gay in high school? I wasn't even gay in high school, man. Not really. Not meaningfully.
I was punished for 3 days having to wait for either my baby to die or me to die or both. I was stuck in this horrific hell of both wanting to hear her heartbeat and also hoping I wouldn't.
I just mentally, I want you to juxtapose this to what the RNC had, which was that geriatric faking videos of camo-clad illegal migrants walking across his farm in single file, like everyone holding their breath as all of the like grandchildren of the guy walked by, like shuffling along, you know, and in the like right in front of the security camera, like this giant farm miles across, and it's like, oh yeah, they walk right by where I put the camera. Yeah. Compare this to Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt apart.
There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
I almost died because doctors were forced to follow Trump's abortion ban.
Kamala will protect a woman's right to choose.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
I have so much faith in her.
And when Congress passes a law to restore
that shit was
reproductive
disgusting,
freedoms
Dana,
as President of the
like,
United States, I
so
will sign it
disrespectful
into
to the
law.
kid.
We have to fight for Kamala Harris, our rights, our freedoms, and frankly, our lives. Everything is on the line.
I can't believe I have to start eating healthy. This sucks.
Packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister.
This is such a
I was
good
getting
bit,
ready
dude.
for her
Holy
4th
shit.
birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Yeah, doing this against the black background, this is like a master
Growing
class
up,
in political
I
theater.
was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you.
They made dark bargains to orchestrate something this politically effective. Pelosi and
Kamala Harris will
Hillary
sign
Clinton.
a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others.
Is it finally his time?
Governor Andy Beshear.
Not Joe, but we did have Bashir. Yeah, I have to say, fuck. Yeah, I mean, obviously, very moving statements there. That's kind of unanswerable. The clips from that are going to be running on primetime TV until Election Day, and there's no counter, I don't think. The only counter you could really offer is the same, like, well, murdering a child doesn't fix the original thing or whatever. But that's like old hat. Yeah, it's nothing, you know? What a masterful performance. I don't mean the performance of the women up there. I mean of like the ability to sort of orchestrate this, the black backdrop, the like moment in day one. This is, I mean, compare this to the RNC, man. The RNC day one was what? It was like the first of all, this stadium is packed. 24,000 people or thereabouts. On day one for the RNC, it was half full, and a lot of the people up there, you had like your intro or whatever, and then a lot of it was like, hello, I'm going to be a state senator in Kentucky, and I serve the country. I'm a former Navy SEAL. Anyway, you need to vote for me to stop Biden's woke agenda. We have to fix the border. The border's open. The immigrants are pouring through. Like, it was literally just that. The orchestration of this is on another level. From AOC delivering like the speech you hear from a political candidate before they win in a movie about a political candidate winning, to this, man. No music. No music. No music. Stop. Not allowed. Not allowed. We like Bashir here.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky,
just so you guys know, even though it hasn't been effective because the vetoes get overridden by the incredibly GOP majority state legislature, Bashir vetoed anti-trans legislation that got through state legislature on the grounds that, like, in the eyes of God, every child is perfect, like, as a defense of them being trans. He unironically, like, horseshoe theoried Christian love around to what it should be, which, I mean, I guess that's not horseshoe theorying it. It's sort of the rest of Christianity that's moved away from that position. But you know, yeah, he's that kind of guy basically. So the vetoes got overridden, but still, he's cool.
Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
The fact that he wins is like an actual miracle, you know? Like
this November,
in Kentucky,
we're going to beat them again.
He's too good for Kentucky. That's an understatement.
Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom.
Is it just me, or do his cuffs look too big?
Trump
I'm glad you asked. No, the suit is riding too much at the elbow here. See, the material bunches, which pulls away the sleeve. And
people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient.
Mods, get this man a tailor.
Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong.
I genuinely think his teeth are responsible for at least 2 or 3 points of his victory margin.
And a woman grieving
governor of Kentucky,
a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans.
Why isn't he wearing a tie? Good question. Listen, don't worry about it, okay? I don't want to go down there right now.
That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
He was the second best pick by far for VP. I mean,
please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Warnock! Oh my God, I'm so sleepy. Oh my God, that suit doesn't fit and those are low-rise trousers. Oh my God, look at how much the fabric pulls up along the buttoning point. Oh my God, please, the suit needs to be wider. All right. We still like you, Warnock.
Well.
Oh my God, no one cares? Then I'll send you to a place where no one cares.
Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop.
Why didn't you wear a suit for this? I have a sunburn on my neck and I didn't want to.
Was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
Non-Americans Google sharecropping.
Thank you, Mom.
She wasn't a slave, you retards, which is a job. You know, that's kind of a, you know, you end slavery, and then it's like, all right, well, slavery 2 just dropped. Welcome to sharecropping, you know? It's like, you know.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together.
I don't know what sharecropping is. That's why I said Google it.
And so
Google
together we flipped the Senate.
They should, they know it's bad optics.
Held the House. And we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses, together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have
I didn't even notice until I saw you guys all saying me back.
I'm division.
Looking worse.
He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
Suit shouldn't do that when you raise your arm. You should be able to easily raise your arm without moving the suit off your collar.
It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Is this soy? Are you asking me if Warnock is soy?
I choose
Gen Z trying to cancel Warnock? You're telling me Gen Z is trying to cancel Warnock? Oh, sorry.
The American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance.
I don't know anything about this guy. Oh, man. Do you know what the Senate
and that's
is?
Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you. A true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Maybe the chatters knew. Well, that's why I was asking if they knew what the Senate was. That baby had a press pass.
But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors.
You know, Benjamin Gilbert should be somewhere in this crowd.
We ought to
according
extend
to
it
Laura.
to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back.
This is not him
We're
on
not
stage.
going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future.
You're scanning the crowd and you see like a 6'4" Giga Chad with a perma-Mew jawline, hundreds like overflowing from every pocket, not paying attention to the speech because they're trading like crypto on their phone. We'll know when we know.
And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward.
That's a good line. Senator Warnock's a very compelling speaker. He's an incredibly powerful voice.
So I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody.
They do it on purpose to hurt you, I know.
My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb.
It's gonna pop. The seams are
I'm
gonna...
convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay.
That's the most direct acknowledgement.
Because we are
Okay.
all God's children. And so let's stand together.
Yeah, I noticed he didn't say Russia. He endorses the Kursk incursion.
Together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Okay, we don't like this guy.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight?
He took the name of his favorite slur.
Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes.
Just a few,
about
man.
my dear
Just
friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us.
Sorry, I don't like this guy. And I didn't listen to like a minute because I was distracted by this cat who is afraid of the xenomorph. And I think it's cute. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, it got away. Good job, cat.
The incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate. Joe got passed and signed into law.
We can be productive. Somebody in chat said, do you think they're mentioning Joe too much? One of the big concerns with this last-minute switch-up, this historic last-minute switch-up from Joe to Kamala, one of the big concerns has been, will there be any bitter holdovers in the DNC who were really invested in Joe Biden, perceive Kamala Harris's prominence as a kind of soft coup, and they'll be like they're going to withhold their vote. I never thought it was that much of an issue, but my guess is that the reason they're structuring it the way they are is because they want to make it feel like less of a coup. They're not like replacing Joe Biden with Kamala Harris, even though that's exactly what they're doing. They're honoring Joe Biden and celebrating the transition to Kamala Harris next over. You know what I mean? Like they want to keep a positive tone with it. They want to avoid drama. Isn't one of the ladies who spoke or is to speak here one of the people who was holding out for Joe Biden? Well, we got
was
the Jill
at
sign.
Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill.
It's not a coup, though. He isn't entitled. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a coup. I'm just saying that they're trying to avoid. They just don't want people to have any sour grapes. AOC? No, not AOC. When has AOC ever said that she would only vote for Joe Biden but not for Kamala Harris? Someone else. They're just trying to be careful. You can skip the live with this guy? Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. I hear she's a doctor. We need to get a move on with this, man, because I need to go to the grocery store and buy, like, all the healthy berries to forestall my inevitable death.
Hi, I'm Vivian Werewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe.
You're too young to be
I've been
in politics.
bouncing
Get the
around
fuck
all
out of
week
here.
excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won.
That's a
and the
denim
whole
shirt, in
neighborhood
case
started
you guys are
celebrating.
curious about
So when I
stealing
heard
that
you were coming, I really
rustic
wanted
Western
to meet you.
workwear fit.
I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you.
How can something inevitably be forestalled? What are you talking about? You delay it.
Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Chat, don't be mean. We're not mean. It's cute. It's like a little kid doing this. I don't know why a kid's opening for
Please welcome
Jill Biden,
First
but whatever.
Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
All right. Okay. Music.
Thank you.
Because she's a teacher, I think. Well, yeah, but there are a lot of teachers involved. I mean, Tim Walz is a teacher. Why is her dress so shiny? Yeah, it is very...
Thank you. Thank you so much.
to remind
Love
you of the
too.
gloves that doctors wear.
Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time.
No, I wouldn't do keto, Eddie. No.
And
Don't
saw
worry.
the
Don't worry.
smile
I'm not
that lit
crazy.
up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Is that how that happened? You were one of the people pushing him to stay, you know?
With faith and
Kamala being
conviction,
like,
Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car.
Hunter.
I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station,
copyright music.
riding up the escalator to the platform.
Monetization for the stream
The train
VOD.
stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms.
There was so
Like
much DMCA
magic,
bait. They don't
Mom
want you to win.
brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
One shot.
Joe
One
Biden
opportunity.
is the OG girl dad.
Okay.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
Wasn't that the one that got paired to the crime bill? The Super Predators
And he
bill?
wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, And by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend.
Dun,
All these years
dun.
later, Dad, you are still my best friend.
Dun, dun.
His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
It really does feel like a wake.
So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father,
Am I bald now?
your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Am I bald now? They're saying he's balding. Is it time? Holy shit, they got, wow, he looks stiff as a board. Look at that. Holy shit, he can't even move. DMCA, it's too late for that. Well, best not to tempt fate, you know, best not to... Man, look at it. He looks like he's gonna fall... right over. Oh, helping him over? Disguising it. This is a very Roosevelt move. Where you help him over, but you're trying to make it look like you're just holding his hand? All right, I'm still on it. Oh my God, that guy was... All right. All right, come on. Yeah, we're going to keep the music going for a while. There he is, looking up at the twinkling lights. Pelosi's praying to God he remembers where he is. He sees the lights and he's like, they told me not to go towards those.
Thank you.
They were trying to sell us on another 4 years of this guy. Are you kidding me? If he lives November 5th. They're never going to stop.
Thank you. Thank you.
The painkillers are wearing off any minute. He needs to get through this. Okay, that is a very close shot. And now I'm 2-1.
Thank you.
Jill's crying because she knows this is the last time he'll ever be on a stage. They're putting him out to pasture.
Thank you.
They're never... These random, like, super close shots. I like how everyone got a different sign. Like, there's like 50 different signs, and everyone has like the right time.
Thank you. I love you.
But now they're gonna be cheering for another minute, dude. Look.
Thank you.
Please.
That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you.
Destiny?
Thank you, Mitchell. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction. And for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family.
Should have brought Hunter up, you pussies.
Especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you.
It sure does get a lot easier when you're just handing the torch off, you know? Like, if he died right now, I don't even think it would hurt Kamala's chances. He collapses, Kamala races up there to the stage to hear his last words. It would be...
Let me ask you.
Pretty good.
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet, I believe then,
all the money in the world to know what's going on in her mind right now.
Progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
This has got to be like the plan came together bit right here. This is like a Bene Gesserit.
Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report.
Yeah, this is watching Paul Atreides land on Arrakis and hearing like the cries of Isa Gaib in the crowd of Freeman.
And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020.
Wrong, Paul was not part of the grand plan.
Because of what
Paul was a sacrifice, and so was Joe, to elevate Kamala. Okay? and House Harkonnen, respectively. But there are other plans. You don't even know of them.
Saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017, extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts
He cooking,
in
cooking.
new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran.
I was pioneering the all Republicans are Nazis rhetoric before it became mainstream liberal
part of my
talking point.
soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
Yeah, it's falling apart.
Because of you.
Crumbling to dust in
I'm not
here.
exaggerating. Because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market, record high 401ks, wages up, and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma.
It's over.
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month.
Pardon?
The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma.
Oh.
But look.
For a moment, he saw the Reaper in the crowd.
Look.
He saw the Reaper in the crowd, like
folks.
At a gato seeing death.
How can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years. And he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Takes a lot of effort to understand what he's saying.
Because of you and so many electeds out there. American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
So is this just a lie? I mean, not much has happened over the past 4 years.
Came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud.
They're vague platitudes. They can't be lies. They're just, you know, they're vibes.
And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree.
Wrap it up, old
I'm
man.
Proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware. Route 9.
The chanting was from a prop house. Yeah, I'm looking at the video now. They held up a banner saying, "Stop arming Israel." And someone tries to yoink it. Yoink? Failed yoink, though. That's where it came from.
All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
All right, kind of an insane delivery there, but okay.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025.
And the thing you didn't bring up.
The Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable.
Rosh keeps getting mad for no reason. What am I getting mad at?
Over $15 billion to HBCUs.
What about historically white universities and
including
colleges?
Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges.
Huh?
We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive, just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation.
The chatter's log is
he
all
says
Biden
we're
simping.
losing.
Biden simping in
He's
this
the
chat.
loser. He's dead wrong.
You lost?
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than we're under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Obviously, he's ancient, but in terms of hitting the beats, this is on the better end of what I expected.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons.
He's going all out.
And guess
Justice
what? It
once.
worked.
Sensei. Justice
If we care
once.
about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence.
One final job.
And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. and demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States.
That is true.
That we negotiated with the Senate Republicans took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power.
It's funny now. It can be
No
funny
kidding.
now. The crowd can laugh at it now. All the tension.
Found out the power of women in 2022.
All the tension can get removed from it because we know
And
we're
Donald
not locked
Trump is going
in.
to find out the power of women in 2024.
He played it off. He did a little, yeah, I'm 100. We're free. We're free.
And we're Trump.
Unburdened.
And as mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
Black? South Asian.
And will soon serve as the
Can only be one or the
47th
other.
president of the United States.
Two things?
She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war, and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that it was the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse to 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training.
That's insane. Middle age is overstating it. He was
1 million veterans and their families just so far.
33 when it ended. He was 33 when it ended, right? It ended in 75.
I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it.
And his 30.
But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
I think you should end this speech by singing Washington's Goodbye Song from Hamilton. That's true.
They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever.
One last time.
I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, with my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now.
Kissinger mentioned in a neutral to positive context.
Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days.
Take a drink.
3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
That's true. That rhetoric actually has dried up quite a bit in the past decade, genuinely.
To bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families.
There are like 5 remaining hostages.
Humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
Still no implicatory language, like Israel's not maliciously
people.
doing all this bad stuff.
And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
Oh, always like with the implication that Israel is working in good faith towards a ceasefire rather than Netanyahu deliberately undercutting every chance at them openly with no...
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point.
Ooh.
A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home.
Is that it? We're done? Okay, a positive acknowledgement of the protesters isn't nothing, but
home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency.
Thank God.
I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true.
Let him have his solemn moment. Come on, this is the moment you're supposed to be quiet so he can, like, pass the torch. Come on, crowd.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room.
I'm so sorry. I just have to say, I still can't believe that Tim Walz, like a month and a half ago, was the governor of a state with half the population of Los Angeles County, presiding over a razor-thin legislature majority, and now he's here at the DNC getting shouted out by the president next to the to-be president as the VP. It's like, he's like, Kamala's been closer to the seat of power for a while, but Tim Walz just got like ascended, shot up like 6 ranks. It's crazy. So proud to be a Minnesotan. Yeah, you guys are really striding, standing atop the stage right now. He deserves it. He does.
Progress. We have more.
He's
work
claimed
to
the
do.
mandate of heaven.
And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer.
Rap God?
More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty. and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt.
Google it.
And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years.
Wait, wait, hold on. I just realized.
They'd still be very wealthy.
No.
Look.
Hey.
Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know
Tim is so
Tim
cute.
And Gwen Waltz
turning over to Kamala,
and
he's
character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
Oh, my God.
We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to.
That was good, yeah.
She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words.
We better make sure he wins then to avoid the bloodbath.
By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands.
Okay.
Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
The corny white boy.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try.
Come on.
I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
You know, it could have gone a lot worse. From start to finish in just about, less than 2 months, a historic replacement in the Democratic candidate. This could have gone a lot worse.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America.
It's basically a send-off speech, you know?
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank
you. It's a send-off speech, and honestly, it was a pretty good speech. I mean, look, they're certainly treating it like one. Now, the worst-case scenario is that this speech gets received so well that he gets a bump in the polls, and then Pelosi's like, wait, hold on. Our best chance of defeating Donald Trump is to replace Kamala Harris with Joe Biden as the presidential candidate, and we do this again. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That was a good send-off speech, you know? I'd like to think that I avoid the trap of cynicism that plagues a lot of left commentary online, where because all of this is like a bourgeois institution that ignores the rights and will of the working class in favor of those of the bourgeoisie. You know, a lot of people look at that and they get so cynical they can't appreciate anything within the context of that dynamic. But I can. And, you know, that was a good send-off speech. In spite of everything, I think that, like, what I said before rings true, in that I do think most Democrat politicians, certainly Joe Biden, I think he fundamentally, you know, believes what he's doing. I think he believes in the process. So I think it's a sincere reflection of his, you know, of his mental state to go forward with it like this. And I think it's probably better for the national narrative to think of it that way. Yeah, we got everyone up here. Hunter! It's his send-off speech. He was the VP, he was the president, he was the senator for a million years, you know. Credit where credit's due. It's important. You want a good send-off. You know, narratives are very important. I know that sometimes from like a policy wonk perspective, you know, we're viewing this kind of like from a bird's eye view, and it's like, well, actually the Democratic strategy here and there, but look at all the, on the screen behind, all the thank you Joes. From a narrative perspective, the idea that this is a happy send-off, that this is a graceful transition of power, or I guess power to be, that's very, very, very important, you know. History, I think, is going to look very favorably on this. Even if Trump ends up winning in this election, or whatever, God only knows what's going to happen. Whatever happens, I think history is going to view this favorably, which is nice. This is mythology in the making. It is, in a political sense, yes, it's political mythology in the making. If everything goes well 100 years from now, you know, they'll talk about this. This will be like an example, you know what I mean? For better or for worse, it'll be seen as an example. All of this. This was a stellar day one of the convention. I watched day one of the RNC. Incomparable. Day one of the RNC, a bunch of gibbering grifters, low-level politicians, losers and failures. It was embarrassing. This, in comparison, there were like a dozen heavy-hitting moments, right? I mean, stuff that's going to get. I've even just now on Twitter, I've seen the AOC speech. The man with the disability goes to show how good an ally I am for not remembering what it is. ALS? Obama tweeted about that. ALS. Okay, I got it right. ALS, yeah. Oh my God, man. The bit with the three women on the abortion and the reveal at the end of the speech where she needed an abortion because she got raped by her dad at 12. Sean Fain? Like, this is day one of the convention. It was... Again, this isn't me glazing the Democrats broadly. I'm only saying that given what they are, and given what they have the ability to do, this was an exceptionally well-constructed day one of the DNC. Exceptionally well-constructed. I genuinely don't know what, like, button...
This evening's benediction, offered by Rabbi Michael Beals and Pastor Cindy Rudolph.
All right, the cross-faith dialogue, we can see it play out on mute, you know, whatever. Get along. I mean, again, given what they are, you're allowed to be happy, you don't need to preen for chat. Well, I am happy in the sense that I'm delighted that the Democrats have decided to be competent. I don't know what switch got pushed, but for years now, for decades now, the joke has always been that the Republicans are malicious and the Democrats are incompetent. And I think that simplifies it to an extent. The Democrats are perfectly capable of being malicious as well, and blah, blah, blah. But that's been the line. That's the Simpsons joke, right? The Simpsons joke is that the Democrats hate life and can't govern, and the Republicans want what's worse for everyone, right? That's the bit. At some point, basically, like, it was Biden's debate performance against Trump. It flipped the switch, and since then, they have just been making correct choice after correct choice after correct choice. The fact that AOC got that much speaking time, like a full 7-minute run on day one of the DNC to a massive crowd screaming her name. I mean, it just... Remarkable. I almost like half of the reason I want the Democrats to win now is because I want it to make sense. Like narratively for them to make this many correct choices and then lose. It's just unsatisfying. You know, I like that. This is like leaving aside the Democrats being preferable to Republicans on a like, you know, like at a policy political level, just in terms of how they've handled the campaign. They've earned it. Yeah, it'd be bad storytelling. Lefties are so mad at AOC they don't realize she won. Yeah, the fact that like I was able to skip back really easily. That's nice. I mean, you can see like the crowd shots or whatever, but literally like an entire like 24,000 people in here, or however many this place can seat, screaming in support of her. Dude, Sean Fain, leader of the I almost said leader of the Teamsters. That's Sean O'Brien. Why are they both called Sean? Because of the Irish. Because the Irish and the Italians, they all became union guys, cops, or criminals. Right. Yeah, you know, it's the Irish about the Hibernian conspiracy, you know, losers and low IQ freaks. They talk about the JQ. It's the Hibernian conspiracy that really gets you. Anyway, Sean Fain, leader of UAW, is, again, I say this euphemistically a lot. I've said this about Tim Walz. Tim Walz is probably a social democrat. Sean Fain is definitely a communist. Like, actually, definitely a communist. So for him to go up there and be like, yeah, working people of America, you know, we will we will defeat the Republicans and the stooges of the billionaire class, you know, Donald Trump and JD Vance. Fitting. I mean, JD Vance literally is like a puppet of Peter Thiel, or at least he was in the beginning. Now I think there are broader interests at play. Incredible, you know, and that's winning. A lot of lefties online think that winning is when like a bunch of, I don't know, respectfully, dyed-haired college students waving Soviet flags take over the Capitol building or whatever LARPy fantasy they have. Winning is when you have an honest-to-God, genuine socialist gearing up for a general strike, Sean Fain, getting uproarious applause at the first day of the DNC. Like, that is a victory. That is a massive step. It's good. It's good. It's just good. It's good. It's good, and I'm happy. I'm allowed to be happy. They can't take that from you. Is it also me, or is the stadium bigger? It's a huge stadium. I mean, I think 24,000 people is the... I need to get one of those Donald Trump as a scab t-shirts, I think.